Hello, 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 everybody, and welcome to Creative Quarantine Springfield Day number 14. Wow. For those of you that are just tuning in and you've never seen the show before, we have been broadcasting since January the 1st. This project is a creative lock in, more or less. Each artist selected, and there's 12, have been invited to create the whole month of January, and they agreed to share some of their stories, techniques, other things that we find very crucial for creative people and for anyone that decides they want to look at the show. Things have been going very, very well. Everybody's in good momentum right now. Good momentum. People are now turning in their portfolios. People are resolving more technical issues every day. Pretty soon, by the time we get to the 31st day, we should look like a class act television show. But remember, we are not all professionals here. We are not videographers. We are just simply making this work and present to you what I think is a very, very exciting program. So we want to thank you for all of you out there that's been supporting us. We got a good legion of folks that's been supporting us from the beginning. And we want to thank you very much for tuning in. My partner in crime is busy today. She's got a couple of things she's taking care of this morning. And I am just cruising along. She's probably in a store somewhere. There she is right there. But I don't know if she wants me to bring her on camera. So she's got a mask on. We're going to see what she's doing anyway, so y'all can know this is real live circumstance we're working with. Hey, Louise.
Hey.
Where are you? You're not in the emergency room, are you?
No, I'm in the grocery store because I forgot I have to pick up some dinner because, this is live and we're living our lives along with everybody else.
That's right. Well,
So,
you go ahead and take care of that. I'm going to hold it down. I got some content to share, a
all
couple of
right.
ideas to share. So when you get to the studio, we'll wrap to you a little later. Just wanted you to
All right.
greet everybody.
Okay, I'll be there in a little bit. Okay.
All right. So yeah, we are really moving and grooving and taking care of things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, I got to tell you a couple of things that went down. LaShawn Beal's collaborations. We've been talking about collaborations all week. And LaShawn Beal's first collaboration was completed yesterday. I think it turned out wonderfully. So rather than me getting into a big old hodgepodge about trying to describe it to you, I'm going to show it to you so you can see how the process works. This piece right here is what LaShawn sent me to the left. And the piece on the right is what it looked like when I got finished doing my part of it. So this was officially the first collaboration completed for Creative Quarantine Springfield. All of the artists have been exchanging papers and canvases and all kinds of materials so that we can all try to work with each other. This gives you a good example of how things are done. He sent me that piece, signed it, which means that he was done. He could have left it unsigned, which would have required me to mail it back to him, and he could be finishing touches. But all artists work different. There are no rules. And by the time we finish with this process, you will probably see a whole lot of different ways to do collaboration. So I just basically worked that figure in the background. I try to tie it into what LaShawn's piece looked like, make it look related. The hard part is going to be titling it. But, that's only because as in the life of an artist, you have to keep creating work. And so here I am at several thousand pieces and trying to use a different title for each one. Now, I failed a couple times. Trust me. I've run across a couple pieces that I had to go and deal with because I titled them the same. A margin of human error. But for the most part, that's how it usually works out. So I am right now trying to see if everybody can hear me clearly because I do have someone that says I'm not clear. So I need you guys to chime in. How do I sound? Let me know. Make sure everything is cool before we move forward into the show. I am also very happy to say that the artists are all doing their thing. This is the first time for all of us. I can tell you that my energy level is real low today. I found myself asleep in the studio twice today. I came in, I worked on collaboration with me and LaShawn, a second one. I wasn't doing what I was supposed to be doing, which was prepping this week. But you know, that's how it goes. I'm gonna get ready to key up some stuff so you can see it. But meanwhile, I'm going to show you some of the portfolios that artists have been working on so you can see that this is real and that we are now beginning to enter another phase of this show. Seems like just a few days ago, I was saying 1/3 of the way. And today, we are closing in on the halfway point. This time is moving fast. I think artists might begin to start feeling the pressure of it. After a while, you look at the calendar and you think you got more time, or you think you're moving at a particular pace, and you find, ugh. But everybody's weathering the storm the best way they can. I know I am. Got out of here late last night, maybe about 2 a.m. I am now back in the studio. Last night before I left, I worked on one collaboration with me and LaShawn Beal, which I think was a departure. It was fun, but I had a chance to do that before I left last night. A lot of the artists now are beginning to work in the collaboration. I know I had to get them into my flow because my flow is a little jacked up now. It's supposed to be prep a couple of days where I prepare surfaces for me to paint on. I might have to do that later because the collaborations came in, so they bumped all of that out the way. So I got to get back into prepping because prepping allows me to continue to move forward. And I'm working things up in levels. So now I did that. My first week I prepped, I painted, and now I need to prep and paint again. So that's where I am today. I'm a little more tired this morning than I have been. The artists are kind of, I guess, in their own zone. I noticed yesterday our activity was a little lower than, and engagement was a little lower than usual. But I would expect there's a lot of things going on. Artists are still trying to maintain their momentum, but overall everybody's doing rather well, trying to create content and create work can be a challenge. But what I'm doing is that I'm trying to do both at the same time. I think what's going to change for me for the quarantine this year is that I think it's going to make me do more filming and documentation of me working for social. Because once you got that content, you can do what you want to do with it. I still have all the content that I've done from day one of the quarantine. So that means I have right now, day 14, I have at least 14 different clips, 15, 16 different clips of me talking about a subject or me showing a technique. And I want to reuse that content. And I think it's a great way if you are doing something like this to build a YouTube channel. I don't know if you guys have seen my YouTube channel. We are broadcasting the show also to my YouTube channel. Just put in Larry Poncho Brown in the search window. Please subscribe. Trying to get my subscription number up. Don't ask me why. It's one of those things you try to do when you're in this environment. But I say that to say that if you Google me, I want everybody who, no matter what phase you are in your arts, to Google yourself. Googling yourself gives you an overview of what the world sees. Let's forget whether it's truth, lies, or fiction. What people find in the Google is what they're going to be using to assess you long before you're even met. And so I'm always very conscious of putting content out there that's a good representation of my work. I also try to put content that's not a lot of personal stuff because people read your personal stuff. You might have a bad day and you blast on your site and you don't know who's watching, and then you think you removed it and it still comes up in the search. Google yourself. Get yourself a cup of tea, cup of coffee one morning and just Google yourself. And I want you to read as much as you can read. Every link you see, just open it and see where it goes. You might open your name and it takes you to a porn site. You don't know. It's like a site review to see where things are. I take a lot of, I'm not like immersed in that, but for me, it's a good measure of what the world is seeing about me. So the YouTube channel becomes very popular because YouTube is one of the biggest search engines around. So when you search me, you're going to find, boom, so a whole bunch of YouTube channel stuff, bunch of Facebook stuff, a Wikipedia posting. Wikipedia is like pound for pound one of the best things you could possibly try to get to forward your agenda. All you need is to have a couple of articles written about you somewhere. It acts like an encyclopedia. So it basically tracks all the things that show up online, the baseline of what shows up in Google. And Wikipedia is a baseline for what's found in Google. So they kind of all work together, but you need to know how they work together. So I do have a Wikipedia posting. It has some things in there that, you probably wouldn't know about me. I know if somebody's thinking about partnering with me, they're going to Google me, they're going to find the Wikipedia. And 9 times out of 10, when they find the Wikipedia, truth, lies, or fiction, they're going to say, okay, this guy's legitimate. Let's give him a call. Let's approach him. Okay. So I get a lot of book covers that way. I get a lot of TV show placements that way. That online Googling thing becomes very, very important. So that's where I am now. It's like, okay, we're creating mad content to do this. And I'm really speaking to the artists in the group as well as the artists outside of the group. If all of you do mad content for this project, you will have possibly 30 different video clips of you doing different things. Powerful, powerful information. Not only that, if you learn some basic editing skills, you can re-edit that, repackage that a multitude of different ways. So that's what I'm doing. I'm being smart. I'm thinking ahead. I'm documenting all of this stuff, but I'm also looking at the mileage I'm going to be able to get out of this as time goes on. Okay, so that's where I am today. Is me playing around with LaShawn Beal's collaborations just to give myself a little break. And then as much as I keep getting into those and have a whole lot of fun, I need to venture back into prepping. So that's what's up with me today. It's all about the prepping. But I want to show you the process I go through when I start my collaborations. So I started working on my first collaboration with LaShawn Beal, and it turned out pretty good. My approach with collaborations is kind of like not investing too much time and effort. Try to keep these pieces moving and simple. But I'm also looking to achieve a certain amount of balance with the piece. So this one came pretty easy to me, but I have another one now that I'm getting ready to start on that might be a little bit of a challenge, but we want to see what we can do with it. Sean has kind of blocked the way by sending us a bunch of repetitive images. And I think they're going to be really nice because you get to really see everybody's spin on it, but it's very limited. At least he gave me 50% breathing room on this so that I can move around it a little bit. I'm starting on a couple of other pieces of here that are a little more difficult and challenging, in that he did not leave a lot of space. So trying to find a balance is what you're trying to do with these kind of pieces. So I'm just going to rough in. I already got a light sketch in there of what I'm thinking. And I'm going to lay my base coat down. Another thing that LaShawn did that makes it a challenge is that LaShawn looks like he sprayed a finish on it, which sometimes can be difficult because, when you do that, you mess up the surface. And so the surface that I would normally have to create texture is dominated by his spray. So as you can see around the top of the lip, that's much smoother than, say, this black. It's still got a tooth on it. So my job is to try to see if I can lay down a little base just to kind of give me an indication of what she's doing. But I like these pieces. These pieces are challenging. They also give me an opportunity to get outside of my head. Because, when I'm grinding on my personal portfolio, I'm thinking about all kinds of stuff. This is kind of like comes as a little break. So I'm just going to rough in where I think I want her to be and try to leave a little bit of texture in there for me to play with. I also try to let some of LaShawn's colors show through. So that's my first ground right there. I'll let that set for a minute. Maybe put a little color in the background. Let's see, I don't know what I'm going to use for background, but try to use a different color palette. Sean likes using straight two colors, very intense color. And I tend to use a lot of colors like that too, but in this case, I'm going to try to pull it back a little bit from what Sean is doing. So I'm just going to use just to kind of dot that down a little bit. We'll come in here with a little bit of green. That might change. I did light blue on the last piece. Let's see if I can come in here and create a different feel. LaShawn also left a substantial amount of color around his image, which is also helpful, but it can also dominate the piece. So I'm just basically at this point trying to carve out some common area between his painting and my painting. And that's why I said when these paintings come across, they don't return the way they came. So in this case, I'm going to do that just to block it in. Now, I have a pretty unorthodox way of carving into pieces. I like using black gesso because not only does it return the tooth that I need for texture, but it's also pretty tight for me defining what I just did. All right, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back in now and I'm going to cut just a thin line of my woman in here. What it's going to do is going to begin to carve her out. These are more or less me if I was drawing. Lines that I would have put in if I was drawing. But I'm trying not to hit it too much. You see how that paint crawls when I go on top of it? So I got to find a way to get around that. I normally try to tie my stuff into LaShawn stuff somewhere. It's no more than an indication line. So I'm going to repeat her shoulder. Tighten in on her nose shape a little bit. Maybe play with her head. So just enough to have some indication lines of who she is. Let that set up. I want to start playing while it's still kind of wet. I'm going to start playing with some tonal ranges on her face. I'm going to pretty much use what I used on my last piece with LaShawn. Just to kind of get a feel. I got a little bit of room by the time I do the other pieces to do some different stuff. I still haven't gotten my paint yet, so believe it or not, I am running out of colors. I don't have any purple in the house. I think I've just found some blue in the house. What I love about running out of colors is that it makes you create some other ones. So now I'm going to start roughing in some highlights. I'm not getting heavy-handed yet. I'm just kind of putting some tonal areas that I can react to when I'm painting this piece. Again, my whole job is to make the piece look like it's related, not unrelated. So I might try to adapt to LaShawn's painting style a little bit. And then sometimes I'll do just the reverse. I'll come hard with my style and let it separate. We got enough pieces here now where I can actually play a little bit with that. But for right now, this is where I'm going with this. And again, my attempt is to also go lighter than I normally go. So I'm putting down some color, but I'm not going heavy-handed. Not yet. This has a ways to go yet. But I'm still trying to work wet on wet while I can. Some of these areas can be hit now while they're still wet and blend a little better. I'm also trying not to go too heavy-handed where I go too light too soon. See, LaShawn used like pure white, titanium white. And I tend not to use pure white. I'm using like a unbleached titanium white, which is warmer. So we get a nice illumination from her face to the flower because of that difference. And I'm gonna try to make sure I stay away from pure white as much as I can for that reason. So right now I'm just blocking in more highlights that I can work off of to build out her face. Again, I'm trying not to use too much detail. Not yet. Just blocking in color, building up her face. And I still want her to be kind of painterly and loose. So that's what I'm shooting for. The more I work into this, you'll start seeing her face come out. Again, I'm working really loosely for me. So now I'll go back in with that same red that I started with in the beginning and tighten it up a little bit. So blend them in a little bit. I'm going over here. This is now a wash that I'm going over the top with. And what that'll do is that'll create a couple of blended areas that I can deal with without having to do too much detail. And I'm trying to let as much of LaShawn's original painting show through as I can. Collaborations can be fun in this way. It's an exploration of you and another artist. I enjoy doing this, and it's a great departure from the grind of what you would experience in a quarantine, trying to come up with new ideas every day. That's the part that makes the artist tired and so many other things. So now that my paint is going on, I'm getting a little bit of tooth back from LaShawn, spraying that finish on here. Thing is, when you're working with a collaboration, you don't know what they're using, what they're not using, until it comes. And then when it comes in the mail, you got to make some immediate decisions on how certain things are going to be managed. So you can't get stuck. So that's what I got so far. I think I now got her at least roughed in the way I want her. So now I'm going to start trying to smooth some of this out. That shoulder. I'm also going to take and play off of that. I might even get a palette knife and play off of that a little bit. LaShawn's got some nice texture areas in there that I don't want to cover. So since I got into that green, I'm going to get back into it again. Mix some white with that green, gives me another little color to work with. And I might get in here. I'm not going to go crazy. I'm just going to add enough texture to make it interesting. And to relate it to what LaShawn already did. What I'm also doing is I'm coming up with a different color palette than what LaShawn had originally. By me going with these not so intense colors, these are all blended colors, tends to affect the image a little differently. I'm not trying to overdo it. I'm trying to let LaShawn's piece breathe. Every little thing I do gives it a little bit more dimension. And I'm letting her dry a little bit while I do this, so I'm actually working around the piece. The other thing that's a detail that most people don't think about is he's already signed this, so I want to make sure I don't cover his signature. Well, that will require me shipping it all the way back to have him do that. So I'm going to work around his signature. I'm still working around his flower. I'm just trying to add some tonality to it to break it up a little bit. For collaboration, you can pretty much tie what you want to tie together. Try not to get too heavy-handed. Sean has a little fine line around his stuff. Out of laziness, I don't want to put it back in, but sometimes when you're doing a collaboration, you got to be willing to go that extra step. All right, so I don't want to do much more than that. I'm going to leave it right there for right now. I got this color that is drying up my tube called Quinacridone Violet. I love it. This color looks good on top of red oxide, which is the color I use on her face. And all I want to do with this color is just to build a little bit of a transparent color break. So most of my stuff is dry now, so I can get back into it again. I'm going to come into her face with this color. I just want you to see it. Seems pretty heavy, but what I'm doing now is I'm actually making her face turn. Whenever you put a warm color on the edge of something, it makes it look less flat. So my goal is to try to make that forehead turn a little bit. Make that eye set in a little deeper. Set up some colors for the... And I'm not using something that's so dark that I have to work to get it back. So this is a real good color for that. I'm doing it kind of as a wash, so I can go back and add that color in as much or as little as I want. As you can see, the more I do to this, the more dimension it's adding, and I'm not really investing a lot of time. Still feeling LaShawn's piece as much as I can. That is my source. I'm also trying my best not to get mixed up in the paint. Because sometimes you're doing this quick work, you're bound to touch something that's wet. Okay, so see, I like this transparent color because it's giving me some more dimension. But now I got the luxury of being able to go back into LaShawn's piece and use that same color to accent his flower. In a collaboration, this is not a no-no. You know, some people say, oh, I don't want to touch the other artist's work. No. Once it comes to you, you can do whatever's going to accent that piece. So here I am, I'm using that same purple-ish, magenta-ish shadowing system. And I'm going to repeat that on his flower. And so what that does is it ties it in a little bit more. And it gives me some more tonal ranges without doing a lot of detail. Great color. I love this color. Because you can keep building that up in different tonals. And this is transparent, so it's still letting the color underneath show. It's a trick that I use with acrylic a lot. I gave a little session on acrylic paint and what's transparent, what's translucent, and how you can use that to help you with using acrylic, fast drying media. And this is an example of how I do that. This is not me trying to make a comment on realism. It is not. I'm also not trying to dominate the piece. The whole goal here is to make sure that it's accented. So you'll see me doing this on a couple other collaborations with LaShawn. Right now, I'm just trying to build it up, let it dry. Be careful not to overdo. I'm working on top of LaShawn's varnish or whatever he used on this. I don't know what he used on this. I just know it's shining. And it's resisting my wash a little bit, but I got tricks. You know, LaShawn spent a good part of a week preparing these pieces for the artist to use. And a lot of us have been waiting for them, especially me, because I knew that this is going to be a breakup from what I've been doing. So now that I got my other tones in, I think I'm going to go back in with my magic weapon, secret weapon, and that is a wash of black gesso. Black gesso will, whatever I didn't block in, it will block in. And my job is to make sure it doesn't get too strong. I can blend that out wherever I need it, but I got to be real careful because I'm working so fast now that LaShawn, when he put that varnish, is trying to have a little bit of reaction to what I'm doing. But I'm going to keep it working and work it slow. Also going to indicate where her eyelashes go, just to break it up some more and give it another level of dimension. Since that becomes the darkest areas on the painting. So all I'm doing now is using that black gesso wash, kind of tracking what I've already done. As you can see, she's beginning to take shape. Also making sure I don't get too heavy with that black because gesso dominates everything. It is not a very friendly method. It's an effective method for me, but it's not a friendly method. Because you can go too hard and have to start all over again. I was going to see if I was going to work hair into this, but to me it seems like if I added hair to this, it would be me forcing something to happen on this piece. So I'm not going to do that. What I am doing is trying to tighten up her shape. I'll use some of that green. That green can help me block her in a little bit better too. I learned from my friend Michelle Vigent. I'm trying my best to use less paint. I was so moved by watching her work with little to no paint that I say, you know, Pancho, you can probably cut back on your paint a little bit. You could try. All right, so rather than me relying on that black line on everything, I'm actually creating my own line by taking this green back in. And I'm cutting into her face a little bit to give her some space. It also sharpens her up a little bit. LaShawn's paper is kind of thin for my taste. So I might end up remounting this by putting a heavier ply paper underneath of it. It's another trick I do when I'm doing lots of small pieces. It's like you can have some impact on it by the thickness of it. So I think I'm going to do that with these. It's so nice. And my prediction is that we will probably sell these rather quickly. You know, each one of us has our own following. We have collectors out there that are always looking for new pieces. I'm sure that these quarantine pieces are going to be hot. So don't sleep on it. If you see something you like, let us know ahead of time. So now as I get close to LaShawn's stuff, I try to be a little gentle and close it in so that the more that I close it in, the more related these two pieces will look. So I'm cutting into LaShawn's black. Some of that I can put back, but so the other to create that space. And I'm also letting lines define the spaces. Notice I still got some of the original color that Sean had showing through. I'm letting it show through. There's no reason to really cover it up. Adds texture to it. Trying not to destroy his signature. So I'm just going to correct the pieces that come kind of close to the border. Put a little hit of color just to break that up. I definitely don't want to touch LaShawn's silver paint, his paint marker, because I don't have any of that color, and I'm not trying to match that, and I think that sets the piece off a little bit. So I'm really trying to avoid touching any of his silver. I did the same thing on this last piece. I was trying to decide if I was going to use silver too. And I was like, nah, there's enough silver on there. We don't need to have a silver fest. Because once you start grabbing shiny stuff, it's hard to get out of it. And then you get done, you're not going to be happy. I've seen it happen to me so many times. Lured by the shiny. All right, so I'm trying not to be too, because LaShawn was very loose when he did this. So I'm not trying to put too much in there. But I think I put just enough back into it that I'm still creating a space. So now my other stuff is drying up pretty good. I'm trying to keep myself from touching stuff because I am notorious for smudges. And I did something around in here. It was kind of loose. Back with my red oxide again. I think I'm going to use that to kind of re-dye things down again. Adding a little bit more detail to certain areas. Still trying not to overpower it and put too much detail in, because you can do that too. So that's the direction I'm going on this collaboration. I still got a few little decisions I need to make on certain things. I said I was going to stay away from white here for that piece that Sean just did. I might put white, pure white in there again for her jewelry, since it's, I can make that pop with the flower a little bit. So as much as I try to stay away from pure white, I am now about to use some pure white. I like things to have a relationship with some other things, so I'm going to start off light and going to just put a little bit of an indication of it going there. Not going to make it too dark too soon. And I'm going to, now while I got the white out, and I said I wasn't going to do this, but my spirit is pulling me there, I'm going to add a few little, I'm going to go back what I said I was going to do. I'm not going to use pure white on her. This conversation I'm having with you now, I would normally be having it with myself. So again, as a reminder, artists are not used to explaining what they do while they do. We're pretty much doing this so you guys can follow kind of the process that we go through, but some of that is unnatural, and we are making the best of it. At this stage, I am just hitting some details to give it a little bit more dimension. My goal is to not spend more than
very much more than an hour to 2 hours on these pieces. I think if I spend more than 2 hours on these pieces, I will overwork them. And the goal for me is not to overwork them. So as you can see now, I'm using this unbleached titanium white to add some details to her lips. Add some real highlights to some of the areas that I've already kind of mapped out. And she's going to begin to have a little more detail here and there. I like to put little details in the eyes. Even though this is not a realistic piece, it will still have some little details that make it look like it's got some of that in it. At this point, any of the colors that I used in her face, I'm pulling it back into the piece again. So I'm back in my oxide red again, trying to help those eyebrows along, putting a little more detail around her eyes. And that's what's up, y'all. So in a few, I'm going to take a break and walk away from this piece. Come back and see what it needs, if it needs. And let you see a finished version of it later. Collaboration 2 with Sean Beal. So there you go. I've worked it up to a certain level. I'm going to take a little break, walk away from it. In this situation, normally what I would do is I would grab 2 or 3 more, another piece, and work into that and be working on those, just like you saw LaShawn kind of assembly line approaching doing those. I like to sometimes get into an assembly line approach when it comes to resolving them. So I'll start one, I'll start another, I'll just start jotting stuff down and try to bring each one of them up to a level of fruition rather than going from one to the next, to the next, to the next. The first one I did mostly for PR so people can see what the process is, because we've been getting a lot of questions from people on how collaborations work. And so now I'm going to get into the trenches with this stuff from LaShawn, because I got probably more stuff coming from LaShawn, but my challenge is to get all of it done.
Well, I hope you guys got a better idea of how collaborations go. This is probably the longest painting session I've done so far on the show. Miss Louise, my partner in crime, she's back.
I'm back. What about you? Are you just frozen on my screen, or let me check? Let me go to. I'm running over to Facebook to make sure that it's just my screen.
It's just your screen. I got another shot on YouTube. It looks like
okay. Good. All right, I just wanted to make sure.
You and your sister are having technical difficulties today because she said my sound wasn't working.
I know. I saw that. She called me and told me, and I was like, "Well, I'm somewhere else." So.
No, it worked out okay. I got 2 other units open where I check it every now and then.
Okay, all right, because that's what I was about.
I learned from my homegirl to have a backup system.
I know.
Sometimes folks tell you having technical difficulties and they got their volume off.
Mm-hmm. Hey.
So what's up? I know you taking care of family stuff today, but you know, we are in day 14. I don't know if you know what's up.
I know it's day 14, and you know, I was out there today sending off collaboration stuff. And so that was my big deal today, is I made sure, because you know, I haven't left the house since Monday.
Mm-hmm.
So I had all of this collaboration stuff in here. So I'm like, let me get out here and do that. And then I did it earlier and it didn't work. And I had to go back out because I'm also doing a music collaboration with somebody. And that took up most of my afternoon. So
okay,
that kind of left me out a little late today, and I had to go get some. You had to stop at the grocery store before I got back up here. But
well, you know, real life is going on, whether the quarantine is happening or not. That's what's happening, you know. So,
but wait, let me show you. I got something today. It's like Christmas up in here. It's like Christmas up in here. So. Boom, boom, boom. I got a box. Christmas.
Is that from LaShawn?
You know it.
That's the LaShawn box.
It's a LaShawn box.
So you got a charger with a flower on it.
I know. And I watched you do yours. I said, now LaShawn is taking me all out of my element with all this texture.
Hey. Welcome to the quarantine, baby.
All out of my element with this.
That's right. When you open the box, it's like, what do I do with this?
Bam.
Oh, that's a nice one. I wish I had got one of those.
You know what? I was like, I'm putting this on my wall. What does he think?
You know how he thought this through, because the figure that you do looks just like that.
I know. I saw it. I said, look at LaShawn. And then
boom.
I got me a flower too. So, you know, I've been watching you do your thing. So I'm like, okay, I'm looking forward to it, because I just sent off all of your collaborations that you sent me.
Okay. Well, I did 2 so far, and they were a good departure from where I was. I can tell you today, I'm really tired. I found myself sleep on my studio chair twice.
I heard you.
Yeah, I like you were the other day. That's how I am today.
See, I didn't get to bed till 3 because I did all of the pieces that you sent me.
Okay, well, I finished 3 pieces yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm paying for it a little bit. I see we got 2 artists in the studio.
I see them sitting in the studio. Hey, Kathleen. Hey, Frankie.
Frankie is out there again. And how you doing, Kathleen?
I'm doing pretty good. I have to rotate. I have to set my phone to automatically rotate so that the screen will turn when I turn the camera. Because I believe you said you like landscape.
This whole screen is a landscape world. So no, we do not do upright videos.
Except when I forget.
Yeah, so I was just wondering if does it automatically go landscape even if I have my phone set at portrait?
No.
Okay, so I need
to turn it. Right, you have to turn it.
You have to make sure you turn your
set it to automatic
automatic
rotate.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
So what's going on in the studio, Kathleen?
Say that one more time.
What's going on in the studio today?
Well, I'm continuing to work on this heart box.
Okay.
I fired it, so it is trying to get this what do you call this tripod set up so I can hook my phone into it. And you'll see my fingers just a second.
Yes, folks, this is live. This is live and actually in everybody's personal. What is, look at Frankie down there giggling.
I know. Frankie.
Frankie got it going on over there. That piece is getting heavier and heavier.
I know.
Yeah, so I fired the heart box.
Mm-hmm. Oh, nice.
Yeah, so, and the top is, you know.
And you cut the top off.
Yeah, so I have to put the lining in, which is what I'm working on right now.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and then you'll fire it again?
Yep, then I'll fire it again after the lining is put in. And then it will be ready for the outside veneer.
Oh, okay.
Yes, and I like to, if I know what the outside veneer is going to be, I like to coordinate the lining with that.
Oh, okay. So do you have an idea of what your outside's going to be?
No, because this is collaborative with both.
Oh, right. Mm-hmm.
And with Karen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm putting this as a lining.
Mm-hmm. I like that color.
For this particular one. Yeah, it is a mix of Azurelian.
Mm-hmm.
This, let's see.
Mm-hmm. We can see. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And black.
Oh, okay.
And this black has glitter, gold glitter.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Can you see it?
Mm-hmm. So then the lining will have a little bit of a glitter in it.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And the glitter shows up gold.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So shift this down. Let's see. Where do I want to go? That's what I want to do, right? So you can see my work surface.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we can see it really well.
Okay, I think what I'm gonna do right now, this tripod is setting on a table. I think maybe I should
take it down. Okay, there we go. Now we're right there by your work surface.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So so there's about almost 4 packages of clay right here.
Are you taking it through so you just took it back through the pasta maker?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and this so I'm still wanting to mix
the pasta maker is a little further away, so we can't see that part. It's kind of out of there. Okay, there we go. Okay.
Yeah, so this pasta machine, as I mentioned before, is kind of equivalent to a potter's wheel.
Mm-hmm.
It's a one of the most integral pieces of equipment.
Mm-hmm.
And this batch of clay, some of it was brand new.
Mm-hmm.
And some of it was older. But the new clay, there was more of the new clay, which is really sticky. And that's not it's not great, but yeah. It'll be good that it's sticky when I'm wanting to line the heart box. Yeah, because otherwise I would use this
glue, that glue.
Yeah, this I would use translucent.
Mm-hmm.
Translucent because it is slippy. And sometimes I need to slide pattern around. And in that case, the slippy is really helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so can you still see my work surface?
Mm-hmm.
All right, good. So I lay down this, this is deli wrap.
So I'm gonna give you full screen.
All right. Okay, so I think I don't have quite enough of the of this clay. I don't have quite enough, I think, to fully line the hot box. But I'll give you the gist, the idea of how it goes. I might have to work on this for the rest of the night and come back at you tomorrow morning. Well, not tomorrow morning, but tomorrow's session. So I like to use a pattern. So this is a rubber stamp I'm going to use. It's a paisley pattern. And I'm going to moisten it so that it will release from the clay as I'm working. Okay, so I just need to lay this on the clay. I had my roller here a little bit ago. Oh, here it is. It's hiding underneath these other gloves. So I roll this brayer over the stamp so that the impression gets deeply into the clay. So this is a process I do for every heart box I make. And I wanted to show this process so people get an understanding of what's involved. So like I said, the water acts as a release. What have you been up to today?
Oh, had several things. I sent off a bunch of I sent off some quarantine collaborations today.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. I got a couple of a few packages off.
Uh-huh. Well,
I haven't really been coming out of the house, so I got a few packages off.
I sent yours yesterday. So
nice.
The post office said that you should get it by Saturday.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. It's like Christmas.
Yeah, I bet. So have you worked with polymer clay before?
Mm-hmm. I worked with polymer clay years ago because I used to work at an art store and I used to teach at in the Chicago Park District. So did a lot of things with polymer clay. When they first start introducing polymer clay, I was working with it there.
Uh-huh.
And I really liked it. I liked it a lot. And then just saw some amazing things with it.
Say that one more time.
I said, and then just start seeing people doing some amazing things with it. Actually, I have a really nice polymer clay book here.
Yeah, which one do you have?
I'd have to look over there. I have a really, hold on. I'll tell you. Let me go look for it.
Okay.
You know what, Kathleen? I'm going to have to look around for it. I can't find it. I haven't done it in so long. I'm wondering if I loaned it to somebody.
Uh-huh.
It was a purple book, and it was on beading.
Huh.
It was on creating beads, and it was a purple book. I still remember the color of the book and everything, and it was on beading. But now I'm wondering if I loaned it sometimes, because normally I don't lend my books out.
Yeah. So the reason I asked is about your experience, because I wondered if you knew how to reduce a cane.
You mean how to make it smaller?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good.
Because I'm going to use them exactly the way you sent them. That's what I'm.
Say that one more time.
I said I'm gonna slice them down, and I'm gonna use them on the piece how you sent them.
Yeah. So I sent you a chunk that if you reduce it, you would have quite a big cane, quite a long cane.
Mm-hmm. Oh, if I make it smaller.
But if you use it just like it is, you'll have a smaller number of pieces that you'll be able to get from it.
So do you think I should you think I should reduce it and just have more?
Well, try it and see what you look at it and see what you think.
Okay. All right. And if I run into problems, I know who to call.
Okay.
I know who to call. I'm looking forward to it. I've been looking around to see what piece of which wood piece I want to use it on. You know, I think I'm going to add it because, you know, I've been making those masks. I think I'm going to add it along with one of those mask pieces.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. So we'll see.
Yes. So I have sent a number of videos.
Mm-hmm.
I sent some today to Pancho to his email address.
Oh, Pancho, have you gotten some email, some videos from Kathleen?
No, right now I do not have any videos from Kathleen. We're having some uploading issues that hopefully will be resolved soon.
Yeah, I did send some to your email address, so check your email.
I got a 27 second clip. That was about it.
Ah.
Hmm.
Well, I have been trying to upload the I have a couple that are 25 minutes that the share file says it can't take it because it's too big.
I think that you might be having some issues because I've gotten files as large as 7 gigabytes, and I know yours are not that big.
Mm-hmm.
They're not that big, and I tried to upload 4 of them the other day, and I saw that they were there, but they were so slow uploading.
Are you trying to do them all at the same time, Kathleen?
Did I? I put maybe so.
Try doing them one at a time, because sometimes I can do them. I can do several of them at one time, but a lot of times I can't.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
And have you tried WeTransfer yet?
I have tried to log into WeTransfer. It is not user friendly, so to speak.
WeTransfer is very user friendly.
Yeah, well, I do have a certain amount of experience with a number of different platforms, so I'm not completely technologically illiterate. And that one was,
I didn't imply that you were illiterate, but I will tell you that 9 other artists are getting their videos to me.
yes, well, it hasn't been working for me.
Well, that's obvious.
Yeah.
We're gonna get it figured out, Kathleen.
Yeah. Okay, so now I'm putting this lining inside the box.
Mm-hmm.
See which way to do this so the camera.
Oh, and you don't have to use the adhesive because that one you said it's sticky.
Yeah, this is sticky. Now, but sometimes I need it to be slippy.
Mm-hmm.
But this can be sticky. It's okay if it's sticky.
So now do you just keep taking that around?
Yeah, I just keep going around until I get to the beginning. And then I'll have to cut it.
Mm-hmm.
And blend the seams in together.
Mm.
Oh. So it's sticky when I want it to be sticky, and now it's not being sticky. It's sticking to my hand. Not to the box. Okay, let's see. All right, so So like I said, this is 3 packages of clay, and it is barely fitting the bottom half of this heart box. I still have to do the bottom, and I still have to line the top.
Oh, right. So you end up having to make another roll of it.
Yes, and use another couple of packages of clay. So maybe all told, this will be just for the lining, 6 packages. Okay. Now, I'm going to lift this up. Okay. So, can you see it? You can't really see it, can you?
The pattern?
Or the clay inside?
I can see the color. I can see that it's darker.
Yeah. So I just have to feel my way here. And trying to want to be able to show this inside, but I think I'm not going to be able to show the inside too well.
Let's see if you tilt it. Let's see if you tilt it a little bit. We can see it. Tilt it. I can see the inside. Tilt it down just a little bit more. Tilt it down. Pull it back towards you a little bit, and now tilt it down so some light can get into it. So, all right. Oh, it almost take it back up to where you had it, Kathleen. There you go. Tilt it up towards you a little bit more. No, up towards you the other way. Down, 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 down. There. Now you can see the pattern. Very nice. You can see the pattern from there because some light's coming in.
Oh, okay. All right. So, so then I just have to I stroke it is a good way to say. Stroke it so that it adheres to the inside all the way around. And kind of smooth it so that it adheres to the inside. I probably should have put some of that liquid, the translucent liquid in here.
It's not sticking quite like you want it.
Not as quickly. It will. I mean, when I stroke it like this, it will it will adhere, and the process is faster if I had put the liquid in.
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, so that's what I have to do is just continue to stroke it.
Okay.
and smooth it.
All right, while you're doing that, we're going to bring Frankie over, see what Frankie's up to. Hey, Frankie.
And I might just log off because if I'm this this app, this stream, whatever it's called, it heats up my phone.
Oh,
that's what was happening yesterday. It was getting too hot, the phone, and so it was shutting off.
okay. Well, you can always pop back on, Kathleen.
Okay.
Okay. So if you wanna click off, you can, and you can always pop back on.
All right, great, thanks.
Okay, so we can see what you're doing. All right, Kathleen.
Okay, bye.
All right, Frankie.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How about you?
I'm good. Been working here. My muscles are just sore.
From all of the work, huh?
Yeah, and then my get these little health things where that happens, and it was eventful, but been working on this all day.
Well, it looks fantastic.
Yeah, can you see I was touring with I did the state capitol. Can you see it?
Okay.
I have a little reservation about it. But and then on this side, can you see?
I liked it where you made it current with that character hanging down from the top.
Which one? Oh, right there.
I can see it.
Oh.
You see that?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Really nice.
Oh, I was hoping you could see that. I added them today. And then here I'm gonna do the curtains, a little of the curtains of the state capitol. And on this side here, I'll keep the hands as is. I don't want to mess with it. That's my thing. I always nitpick and then I add things, and when I add them, I end up messing up the original. I know you must have done that. Like you mess up the original piece. And I want to make sure I don't mess up the hands with that. So I'm just doing the columns of the state capitol with some local, some Michaels markers, some what do you call them? Acrylic markers. And that's some more. I get lost in detail and then I end up missing the point of the message. I just like the therapy, I guess.
Well, it's shaping up really nice, Frankie. We're going to show a couple of portfolios of some of the artists that have submitted their work so you can get an idea of what's happening.
Okay, cool.
Is Frankie still there?
I'm here. I look at it from a distance.
Mm.
Frankie's mouth is swollen. He's eating over there.
Frankie was get something to eat.
Mountain Trail Mix. Wow. Go ahead, Frankie. You eating all healthy today?
Mm-hmm.
I know. I have to be. I have to play healthy. And you have to be as old as I am.
As old as you are, huh? Mm.
Mm-hmm. You young cats.
Frankie playing the old card.
No. I'm blessed. I'm happy. That's all that matters.
There you go. Blessed and not stressed.
No. Far from that.
I really like this piece. There's so many elements to it.
Thank you. And I actually am stressed when it comes to I guess sending my videos. I have some videos I want to post, and even now, a little while ago, I posted some video one at a time, and it just if it doesn't freeze on me, it stays at 10% for a long time.
That's your connection. I find that if you're, it depends on where you're, how close you are to your router and things. So sometimes the upload speed is really slow because of your connection.
And I'm right here. I have Comcast.
Well, you shouldn't be having those problems, Frankie, with uploading from Comcast. But what I will suggest to you, because your videos are smaller, is to use WeTransfer. WeTransfer is pretty fast.
But you know what? I go past the 20. When I try to upload a video, it wouldn't show up. But that video was 25 minutes or something.
Yeah, but I think isn't it 2 gigs free?
I don't know. The one I sent, and then I sent you a random video with my kid at the museum.
that was real small and it came over quick. So I would try to do that again to see if you're having upload issues.
Yeah, I didn't mean to send that.
It takes practice. You can't do one and say it didn't work. You got to keep trying. We're at day 14, which means tomorrow we will be within the reaches of halfway point. And so you really need to try to take some time out and try whatever want to work. Because right now, I think out of the 12 artists, we still have 3 that are struggling with video. Now, you sent me a big video the other day. I don't know how you did it, but it came. So I know you're capable of doing it, but you just got to keep trying, and you can and make sure you're in the best signal you could possibly be in when you're uploading. I also suggest that you leave that window open. Don't try to do 2 other things on your computer while it's uploading, especially if you're using share file. But if it's a small video, 15, 20 minutes, it'll come over really quick through WeTransfer.
I'm going to do some 15 minutes.
And as an example, I'm going to show you a video that Lorraine McAlpine sent me.
All right, Lorraine. This is a new one. So I'm just giving a little definition to this flower that's back in the back here so that the yellow stands out. And then I like to step back and, take a look at it to make sure that this is what I really want.
But like I said, the good thing about oil is that you can take a look at it in a day or so and paint over if you have to. I'm gonna change brushes now. I'm gonna use this yellow. This is like one of my favorite colors. It's Indian yellow. Just highlighting this particular piece in the back here, this flower, so that it shows up a little more. Gonna mix it with a little white paint. The paint that I use is called Williamsburg. It's an oil paint that is handmade, believe it or not. I don't exactly know if it's that. A lot of artists like it. I know the difference. So what am I saying? I do like it too. That's why I buy it. It's probably a little more expensive than some other paints, but I get the satisfaction of knowing that I have good, strong color that will last for years and years. So, hey, that looks pretty good. So I think we're finished with this. I don't think you know what I could do? I could do a little more on this handle to make it stand out a little more. It gives it a little more definition. I'm using a blue. I think it's Prussian blue. So I think I'm finished with this. I don't want to keep tweaking it because you know what happens. It gets overworked, and you want it to look fresh and spontaneous. So I think that's it for this piece. I'm going to put it aside, and then I'll show you another piece that I was working on.
I'm doing it now as we speak in another tablet, and it freezes.
This is a piece that I did the other day on camera, and what it is, it's really a sunset in San Diego. And what I just did a few minutes ago is I put these little bottom pieces on because it's really a dark scene. It's at night. These are trees that are showing up. And I really spent a lot of time doing this kind of painting. So it doesn't look exactly like that sunset, but I wanted to make it look more abstract. What I find is people want color in their homes, so they're looking for pieces that have bright colors. This isn't really all that bright because it's painted on a black background, but you know, it's something new that I just and just let it dry for the next day or so. And that's it. This is another painting that I started like 2 weeks ago, so I'm still working on this. This is hydrangeas. I can't say it, but anyway, I'm liking the way it's coming out. I'm still working on the little flowers, and I added some more blue in there to make it look like the flower, which is usually blue or pink. Sometimes they're in white too. So this is still a work in process.
Now, is that you or Sheba Meyer? Okay. I thought.
All right, so I will go from left to right about what elements are in here and why, where they came from, all that good stuff. So for starters, the candles on the far left. These are battery operated candles that I actually bought for my table when I was working at conventions pre-COVID. And I left them in my room as part of my altar. And actually, all of this is part of my altar at home. It's a growing collection of things that make me feel magical and feminine and happy and peaceful. And these candles definitely keep a constant mood set in my space. So I wanted to include these candles. And I like them because I can keep them on all day and not worry about burning my house down. Over to the right in the front, we have a couple of teacups set in on top of two matching saucers. These belong to my grandmother, and I acquired some of her lovely things. And she definitely was a fancy woman who had nice stuff. So I found some of her tea sets and fine china, and so this was kind of snatched from a tea set. I do not drink tea out of this, but it is it does make me feel very, very fancy and almost transports me. I think that's what I like about things that are vintage or antique. It kind of takes me away into a new space, transports me. So, I included this in my altar, but I also included this here as like kind of a tea for two kind of thing. Um, and really the conversation piece here is the fork. I have a set of gold flatware that I bought for myself. I really like gold. I love, love, love things that are made of gold. And I think it's actually kind of silly and over the top and really kind of ostentatious to kind of have this set of goldware, but why not, right? So I have it. And I positioned a fork here because I thought it was interesting to have a fork next to a teacup because it can't hold liquid. And while it's very beautiful and, designed to look extremely luxurious, it's definitely not functional. So what is the value of it truly? I like the idea of function, versus luxury. Where do those two, where's the value in those two things and where do they meet? I also like very organic things next to very luxurious, opulent things. So hence the Ashanti doll behind the teacups. This was something that I've admired for many, 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 many years. It says made in Ghana at the bottom. I have no idea the year. I believe it's authentic, but it's very possible that my grandmother picked this up in Harlem at any given time, probably in the 70s, maybe. But I've always loved it. I love the idea of fertility dolls, anything to do with magic and fertility. I find seriously fascinating and resonates with me. Although I do not have children, I think that the idea of fertility around me is seriously important when it comes to finances, food, resources, making things, creativity and creation. All these things are important to me, and I want to be fertile in these ways, in other ways too. So I like having this little lady around. Over to the left, or I'm sorry, to the right of that is my Moët bottle. Again, I do not drink. Every now and again, maybe once or twice a year, I will buy myself, treat myself to a tiny bottle of champagne to just indulge, feel fancy, celebrate, feel festive. And I saved this bottle and stuck some dried roses in it. And I really love dried flowers. I love things that were once living and are still preserved in some ways. I became very interested in bones, fossils, insects, dried flowers, dried leaves. These sort of things have become of high interest to me. So yeah, it's part of my collection of dried flowers that I have stashed in many places in my home. Also around the Ashanti doll's neck is a cat collar that has it's costume jewelry. It's a cat collar with rhinestones on it, and that's gold. And I love this thing. I bought it for myself to play dress up with it. It was too small for me. And I keep telling myself I'm going to punch another hole in it so that it will fit. But till then, it's hanging out with my Ashanti doll. The crystal dish is also something that belonged to my grandmother that I thought was fancy and very pretty. And in the light, it really sparkles. And I enjoy things that respond to light. And my little bird friend here. Again, I became very interested in bones, the anatomy of the skeleton, especially. And so I thought he was a welcome guest to my altar. I came across this little guy and thought, oh, you're coming home with me. This is so cute. I love this guy. And so, and his head is posable, which I also think is fun. So yeah, I pulled him into the still life. Behind everything, which did not make it into the illustration, at least not yet, is a collage / drawing that my mother did. I'm guessing early 80s. I grew up with this piece and I love it. I love it. It's just pure magic. So it hangs out with all of my other beautiful, lovely things. With that, I think we'll move into looking at the drawing and construction of this illustration as I work through it. I'll slow down the speed painting a little bit, the time lapse. I'll slow it down and give a little bit more commentary on how my thought process was moving through this illustration. Okay, so enjoy. Okay, so some thoughts on the construction of this piece. So for starters, I worked on this in Procreate on my iPad with an Apple Pencil. I started from a blank canvas from scratch, and I used a snapshot of the arrangement that I created from these pieces on my altar as a reference. And I made changes as I saw fit, but I tried to stick pretty closely to what was going on. But you'll see some deviations here or there you might notice. About some of these elements, I started working, usually I try to work pretty evenly around canvas, but I think here I might have spent a lot of time on one thing or another more so than I normally would. But I try not to think too hard about it. I just let my process happen and then modify, refine as I went along. But I try not to overthink it or get too tight or rigid with it. What became important to me that was that the mood was there, and I did my best with the accuracy of things, but I really didn't want to get too wound up in perfection. I just wanted things to come across energetically and believably. So that is that's kind of how I approached this as I went through it. I was very inspired as I moved through this. I think I realized I was pretty inspired by the work of Karen Clark, who is another participant in the Creative Quarantine residency that I'm working on. And she does these beautiful vessels that I just think look like magic. And the ones with these faces on them are so beautiful. And I keep, I've looked at her work many times for inspiration. And try to pick apart what it was I liked about them, And so I tried to capture that same kind of energy. I made some changes to the Ashanti doll's face. I think she started to look like me a little bit, which I thought was interesting. So I kind of went with that. I think that element was probably the most interesting for me to work on. Another influence from the residency was Michelle. Oh, and I'm sorry, my dear, I do not know how to pronounce your last name, but it does begin with a V. I'll provide a tag to her work. She works. Her illustrations are also fantastical and involve a lot of animals. And in our conversations, we've discussed our interest in things like bones and insects and fossils and all these kinds of things, animal things, things that belong to living creatures, and how that's reflected in our art and the art that we enjoy. So that was a really fruitful conversation, and it led me back to like, yeah, I definitely got to put some bones in this illustration, and that was definitely inspired by the conversations I was having with her. That yeah, I like this stuff. I'm going to put it in my work. And so, I'm using plastic. Uh, this plastic skeleton of a bird that's totally fictional, but also pretty believable. Um, there's so many qualities to it that I like, that I am now studying as I'm drawing it. So I think he's probably going to become a character that shows up in my work quite a bit. We'll see. I might make some changes so that I'm not stepping on any plagiarism design things, but for the sake of study, I think that it was very helpful in understanding the anatomy of bones when you want to take it away from realistic, still keep it believable, and create new creatures that do different things. So what's interesting about this guy is that his head is turned, he's kind of looking at the viewer. So there's life within this skeleton, which I think is seriously interesting. So I also created this background. I definitely didn't want it to exist on my dresser. I wanted to take it way into fantasy as possible. So I started on this idea that what I was envisioning was this beach-like, shore-like setting with mountains in the background. And so I think that that's an idea that I'm going to continue to develop. And I might, as this develops, I think that I see myself adding grayscale to it, meaning that I'm not just drawing the lines, but now I'm also adding shading and highlights and form and all of that stuff. I started to do that pretty subtly in some areas here and there. But then once I dropped the sky in, I was like, oh, now everything needs all of that contrast. And I think that'll really enhance the idea of texture, which is also something I seriously love about a good still life, is that it looks so realistic. You can touch all the texture. So I remember Andrew Lattimore is an artist that I was highly influenced by his still life work. And I like just a strawberry sitting next to its plastic container on a wood tray that was well lit, and just like some opulent looking knife or something. It was gorgeous. I mean, it was gorgeous. He made just the simplest things look so decadent and just, and I could taste the strawberry. I could hear the plastic crinkle. I could feel the water, droplet that was hanging off the edge of that strawberry leaf. Everything about it was just gorgeous. And so that's what I want to happen here. I want to feel that texture. So, I'll spend some time developing this and see where it goes. But yeah, those are some other thoughts that I had in addition to the ones I shared earlier. So if you've hung out this long, stuck in there with me this long, thanks so much.
walk you through today. This is my sculpting area in my studio. So my studio, I have several different areas in my studio. So you guys have mostly been in my paint area where I do most of my painting and things like that. And this is the area of my studio where I do most of my sculpting. I'm just gonna, this just seems like it's tilted weird. So I'm just gonna, there. So this is the area that I do most of my sculpting, but I move my sculpting easel around depending on where I want to be, but I have a great window. So I can sculpt over here all day because I have really large windows throughout my studio. So, but this is mostly right here is my sculpting table. So you'll see there's just weird body parts everywhere. And the form of sculpting I do is for bronze pieces. So I sculpt for bronzes and I make, I do a mold. After I do the clay, I do a mold and then I send it to the foundry. And then it's cast in bronze, which you might have seen some of my bronzes. Like this is one. This right here is a Mother's Love piece and it's actually on a spinning base. And this one is actually gilded in a 23 karat gold. That's where this gold is. So this is actually gilded in a 23 karat gold and then a variegated metal. And it also has an acrylic paint on, but it's heated. So you won't be able to scratch that off and it won't come off. So it's heated. It's a heated. So when you do the patinas on these, it's always heated. The metal's always heated. And then the colors are applied. This right here is actually from a mold I did. And this is actually done in 4-ton. It's not actually done in, this isn't a bronze. This is a 4-ton. It's similar to, it's not plaster. It's harder than plaster and it's not concrete and because it's a little less than concrete, but this stuff is pretty solid, but it's called a 4-ton. And so you can do casts in that too. So this is a poured cast, but it's also from one of my clay, one of the clay forms that I've created. So that one, and then what I did was I just painted it and then I gilded it when I was done with it. So that one is different, but it's also from one of my clay, from my clay model that I created with my clay. And then back here, this actually is a piece that I'm going to be sending to, I have to make the mold of, and I'll be sending it to the foundry. I like doing reliefs, and I do my reliefs on this foam because it's so much lighter than doing like the whole entire thing in clay. So I do my reliefs on a foam, that way I can carry them myself. I know when I first started doing my bronze sculptures, they were so hard to carry because they were just heavy because they were all clay. And so I started doing my reliefs on these foams because then it's easier for me to kind of get around with them and move around. And I have things that I just kind of play around with, like this little guy right here. He's on foam. And at some point, I'm going to finish him and do a nice mold. As a matter of fact, I might do a nice mold of him soon and just cast him because he's really cool. I really like this one. But you can see I got little bubbles because this has been sitting here forever in the sun, just over here because it's by a window. So I have a lot of little things, pieces of bodies hanging around, especially if they've been cast already. See the little baby? That baby is actually from Mother's Love. No. This baby is actually from Father's Love. So that was the baby from Father's Love, and he's been cast. He had to be separated. Father's Love is over here. Father's Love has already had a mold done of him, and a lot of times when you do the mold, things come up missing. There's his head, Father's head. And so Father's Love already has a mold and has been cast. So we're going to put over there. So I mostly make my molds for my reliefs. For my sculptures in the round, I have a person that does molds for me because I haven't mastered the sculpture in the round molds yet, but I'm getting there. So I just want to share with you the kind of clay that I use My clay is a little different. It's not like wet-based clay. It's more like when you were in grammar school or grade school and you played with a modeling clay. It's more like that. It's an oil-based clay. So, and it comes in more or less like these flat bricks, and it doesn't dry out, but it gets pretty hard depending on, and so it comes in flat bricks like this. So when I buy it, it comes wrapped in this kind of paper, and you can see it's pretty hard. I normally use the medium grade as opposed to the rougher grade, the thick grade or the hard grade. I normally use medium. I don't like using soft because you can make it pretty soft and moldable. So I like using the medium as opposed to the soft, because the soft, if you get soft, it's going to stay soft. At least with the medium, as I knead it, it'll get soft, and I like that. So these are, anything on this table is already soft. This right here is hard. Look at that. That's hard. And normally some of the things I do when I'm working a lot, I'll cut them in slices like this. And I have like this little space heater that I'll sit up here, and I'll let the space heater start to like warm it up so that it's not so hard for me to squish it. Because it does get hard to squish, and it does wear on your hands. And a lot of times my kids will come up and do weird things with it, but they'll cut into it. So this is like a cut into it. But it's like once you work with it for a while, it'll get, and here's one. And I'm just going to repurpose this. This is actually from that sculpture you just saw. This is that piece from there. I just pulled it off of the back of that and then just reused it, because I'll reuse my foam. I'll reuse the foam. I'll just take the pieces off of the foam and reuse the foam, because you can. These will come off since they are written leaves. I can actually pull them off and reuse them. I do have a ton of them under my table that I haven't reused. So I'll probably end up tossing them. And right over here, this is actually the framework for Mother's Love. I still have it. Let me see if I can lift it. She's probably stuck to the table by now. She's been on the table for so long. So this is the framework that I use for Mother's Love, and it's really big. And you can see this piece of wire on here, because with these, I use what is called an armature, and that's what this is. And so anytime I'm making something that sits in the round, like this guy right here, he has, it's like his bone structure. He has an armature, and that's what this is. This is an armature, and then this is an armature base. And so you can get your armature however you want. You just use it's wire, and it looks like it's shaped like a little person if you're making a little person, or you can get an armature that's shaped like an animal. Like this is an armature I have. It's a little taller person. And when I made Mother's Love, she was even taller. So this is like the bone for the, anytime I'm going to do a figure or a form, that's the bone structure. This particular one, I created my own armature. This isn't an armature that I bought. This one I created my own armature, because you can just buy the armature wire. So this is armature wire. And so I just bought the armature wire and just kind of created, it's a metal, and it's not, it's a soft metal, so you can bend it and do all kinds of things with it if you need to. So you can bend you can just bend it however you want, and then position it however you want. And then you just build a clay around it. And this right here is just foam. I decided to do this foam, and I just built the clay around the foam. So this is a piece I've been working on. I'm not sure where it's going. Sometimes I work on things. So here's another piece to an armature, and I can't seem to find my base for this. That's why this one's sitting here. But this is a taller one, and you can raise this up and down, so I can make the sculpture as tall as I want, because this one is actually going to go on here. I'm putting this one on here, and you just open it up and screw this one on there, onto that, and then you start forming your clay around that particular piece. So that's basically some of the things that I do. Like I like doing things like this. See that little face? Look at that little face. That's actually my son Timothy when he was younger. I did a little mold of Timothy, and then I messed it up. So you can see, and because I was doing him in 4-ton, and the rubber mold that I made didn't act quite like it should, so kind of broke him up. But I also have lots and lots of, I can reprocess all of my clay. I don't have to throw it out. It doesn't turn into anything. So it can all be reprocessed. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the tools, because even with wet and soft clay, you can kind of use similar tools. Like, because I used to do a lot of wet clay, and so the tools are all similar. So this right here is what helps to cut the clay, and you use the same tool with wet clay. So, but I don't mix mine. So if I'm using, because I'm going to be doing some wet clay. So if I'm using wet clay, I won't use this because this is my oil-based clay one. So I do have one, because I used to do classes with kids. I do have one for wet clay. So this one is the one I'll use for my wet clay. And I'll show you when I do wet clay down there. But I use this one for my dry clay. And this is how I cut the clay. You just I'll just show you, I'll give you a little demonstration. So you just put it in there, and all I do is just pull it through, and then my clay is cut. So that's what this is a great tool. I love having this. And like I said, you can use some of the same tools, but I don't, because I just have tools for both. But the tools are similar. So you're going to have things for cutting into the clay, which is similar, like, this kind of thing. You're going to cut into the clay. This is great for cutting into the clay. Things to roll out the clay if you want to roll the clay out. This is one of my wet tool ones, but if I want to roll the clay out, I do have a pasta wheel if I want to flatten my clay out a lot. Most of the tools on this table is all I use these tools for my oil-based clay. And so I'll show you, I'm just dropping stuff everywhere. So some of the tools that I use for my oil-based clay, because I'm not working incredibly large, most of my tools for my oil-based clay are these right here. And I really like these. I'm just going to bring it up a little closer. I really like these tools because these I can swap out the, I just unscrew it. This is a multi-facet, so I can unscrew it and I can swap these out. And so I love these. Like most of the time, you get these tools here, and you can use these for water-based or oil-based, but you'll get these tools, but you can't swap them out. You have to have, you have to just get different tools for different things. Whereas with these, I love having these, and you can see how many of these I have. I love these tools because these are all swappable. So I can literally swap out any of these top parts. And I'm going to show you if I have my little tray of them. I think it's over here, yeah. So I keep the little right here. So, and I can do it with the large ones too. So as you can see, I can swap out the heads of any of my tools. So you can see I have different heads for different ones because I can just swap the heads out. And then I have all the little tiny ones, and I can swap the heads out for any of them. And then I have the super tiny one for my super tiny one as well. I don't know if you can see that. It's super tiny. There we go. So, and here I have like all the little heads, and it comes with a little cranky thing, your little unscrewy thing. And I know Punch would be like unscrewy thing. So it comes with that little unscrewy thing and the little wrench. And I just keep them in here. And anytime I want to switch out the heads on any of these, I just switch them out and put whatever head I want in there. And that's what makes these tools so cool, because they're so versatile. I love having versatile tools because most of the time your tools are either this or that because you can't switch them out. Now I do have all of these tools because every now and then I'm not like, oh, let me switch this tool out. No, I don't. I just have some, like this is the bigger one, and this one also has, I can switch out either end of this tool, which I love being able to do that. And I like this because they're metal. I love having these metal tools just because there's just something about the way they feel. I love having these metal tools. I am used to the wood tools, but I love having the metal ones. And I do have like different kinds of tools for different things. And I have flat tools too. These are some of my flat tools that I do different things with. So I do have flat tools. And like I said, all of these same kinds of tools you would use with, with wet-based clay as well. All of these tools work the same with wet-based clay. I'm trying to put this back in because this is a pen. There, I'm going to put that back in. So you can use all of these with wet-based clay. You have your little smoothing tools. All of these things you can use also with wet-based clay, hand building. I even have some dental tools because dental tools are great when you're working with clay. So I even have some dental tools in here because dental tools are small and they have all kinds of different little edges and different little things that you can use. And like I said, I like working with metal tools. So these are some of the really cool dental tools. I love these little things right here. And you can see they have little smoothing things on the side. So I can get up in any of the, like when my finger's too big, I can use these and do some smoothing in certain areas. And then I have just some fun stuff like these. These are just fun things that I have if I want to create some other kind of, here, I'm going to grab this. If I want to create some other kind of weird indentation or whatever, sometimes I'll pick up little fun stuff to do that with, just to have and just to use. So you can see I have all kinds of tools that I do use. The one thing about this is I don't need to use water or a sponge or anything like that. This is, like I said, is an oil-based clay, so it stays pretty moist and you don't have to do a whole lot with it. And I can leave it sitting and never, I can leave it sitting for weeks, months, years. And when I come back, I can still work it. I can still come back in and do work on it. And the other thing is like another thing that I use when I'm smoothing, this is a pantyhose. And you can see I can go in here, my pantyhose. It's a pantyhose. And so I use this sometimes when I want to get even smoother. And I use this right here because it's an oil-based clay. If I want to get even smoother, it's called Resolve. It's called Dissolve. It's a solvent. Dissolvent. And if I want to get really smooth, I'll spray. And then I'll use this pantyhose in that area to get it even smoother. And now, because I'm not getting any finger impressions or things like that, I'm just using this pantyhose. And sometimes it takes a minute, so I'm, really like concentrating in certain areas, trying to smooth it out a little better. So this is just one of those little tricks of the trade. Pantyhose, using a pantyhose. But that's basically, those are the basic tools that I use when I'm creating these kind of pieces. And I also use this metal one. I love, I like this one. You use this a lot with wet clay. I can't say that I use this a lot with my oil-based clay. I use mostly with my oil-based clay, the rubber, this rubber one, and sometimes this wooden one. I mostly use that. I don't get to use this a lot unless I'm just slicing something. If I'm slicing something, I will use that particular one. And then I have down here, I'm just going to move this over. Down here, I have all kinds of things that I can roll on. I have flat rollers. I have just a regular wooden cutting board, which I can use to roll on. And then I have just all kinds of rollers. I have this kind of roller if I want to roll something out. I even have, I have wooden rollers too. So I have all kinds of things under here to roll things out. And most of the time, I just get these things from like Goodwill. I'll find things from Goodwill. And then I have, you know, I picked this up during Halloween and I'm like, oh, maybe I'll do a body. And it's just foam. So I can literally cover this in clay and it's a foam body. And then I can transform it into whatever I want it to be. And then from the foundry, because they do a lot of casting for other people, sometimes I'll pick up just body parts and, you know, from the foundry or from the sculpting place, they'll just have these kind of things because they're making molds for people. And I'll say, hey, do you have any like just parts that I might be able to use? And I'll go in and they give me, you know, they'll give me little body parts and I'll look at them and I can reshape this into something that I want it to be. So that's, and so I just keep those kind of things. They're underneath my little table. And I'm gonna move this over. So that's basically what the difference is between, like if you're going to do a wet-based clay and an oil-based clay. Basically the biggest difference is the water, because the oil-based clay, you don't have to use water and you can do all your sculpting just right here. It doesn't dry out. And whereas with the water-based clay, it's just a little wetter. So there's not a lot of difference. You use almost similar tools, pretty much use similar tools. You use an armature in oil-based clay as opposed to wet-based clay. They don't use an armature and you don't have to fire it. You do make a mold, and if you're creating for a bronze sculpture, you'll have a mold made, and I'll go into mold making a little later and show you guys some molds that I've made. And then it's just, that's basically the only difference. And once you make the mold, you can pour pretty much anything that is accepting of that, anything that mold can accept into, basically when I do mine, it's the wax, the wax one where it's, you create the wax and then it's melted out. So it's the lost wax method. And then the bronze is poured into after that. After the wax melts out, it's poured into the new mold that's made for it. It's not poured into the mold that I create. The mold that I create is for wax. It's for wax. It gets wax and then the lost wax. But I also can do things like 4-ton in the mold I made. So when I make a mold, I can do a nice 4-ton sculpture. I can also do, and I have some of my bigger molds here. So I'm actually going to do some 4-tons and some other stuff in my bigger molds, and also probably play around a little bit with resin in some of my bigger molds. So I don't know if I'll be able to do that this month, but it's some of the things that I'm looking at doing. So you guys will be able to see some things. Like I'm going to go down and we're going to actually work on some wet-based clay this month. And so I'll take you guys down. I'm actually trying out a friend of mine's technique, and his name is Choots, and he is a phenomenal sculptor. So I'm going to be trying out some of his techniques. So see you later.
Nice little sculpture presentation you gave there. I might have to do one of mine.
Was it now? I was
Yeah,
like,
very informative. I know you kept pulling stuff on that box like a little clown was handing you stuff.
It was. I keep him under the table. I keep him under the table.
Very, very informative.
I'm surprised you didn't see his hand coming out. I was like, put that back. Get back.
That's okay. You had him trained well. LaShawn has been on for a minute. How you doing, LaShawn?
Let's fix his mic.
Let's see if you got any.
Oh, he's gonna have to unmute yourself, LaShawn.
Sean said he don't want to talk to nobody today.
I know. I got some goodies. Today.
Oh, good for you.
I got some goodies in the mail. I'm pretty excited.
I like to see what you're gonna do. Well, I like to see what you're gonna do with them.
I know. I'm looking forward to it. I jumped right on ponchos and just sent them all back out today.
Oh, you did?
Really?
Yeah, that's what I was telling you. I did all of them.
Suck it now.
I did all of them,
Damn.
and I sent them all back to you today. And I was, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you the time lapse, but I'm going to see. Let me know when you get them, and then I'll send you the time lapse, and then I want you to add your time lapse to my time lapse.
Wow. All right, we getting high tech, y'all. Y'all don't.
That's right. Then that way we'll just have a combined time lapse of what I did and then what you did.
Sounds like a good deal. I can't wait for those to come. Were these your pencil ones?
Yeah, these are the ones. Well, I did a little more.
Ooh, okay.
But I since I took that other one out because I just fell in love with it again, I did you a brand new one.
Well.
I did you a brand new one, and so it's a mixture of part done and not all done.
Don't tell me. I want Christmas in January.
It's gonna be Christmas for you. It's gonna be Christmas when you open it.
I need a challenge. LaShawn sent me like 25 pieces.
LaShawn sends a challenge. I tell you.
I think it's about 7 or 8.
I'm saying, LaShawn, did you expect me to do anything other than put this up in my house? LaShawn?
Yeah. That doesn't go into your house, Louise.
That
does not go in your house, Louise.
Huh?
That does not go in your house.
Oh, because I thought maybe you was like ode to Louise.
No.
Well, that's okay because I sent you guys some really nice, LaShawn. I sent you some nice surprises in your box.
Hey, LaShawn, did you see the second collaboration yet, LaShawn?
I saw the first one. I don't think I saw the second one yet.
It's on the screen.
I really like it. And I noticed you did add the hair to it.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm talking about.
They are moving right along. I'm having fun with them.
I like those flowers you put there. I really like what you did to this one.
That one is so funky right there.
Yeah, I really like that one.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Thank you. I got a couple more. I got a flower you got the charger.
This one?
Yeah.
Oh, or the charger.
You got a charger with a flower on.
I know. I said, boy, LaShawn is definitely trying to work me with this, with all this texture.
Well, hey,
you can do it.
Welcome to the creative quarantine.
I'm going to do it.
So I am knocking out. I'm working on one of my sketches for Poncho. Right, this is the paper he sent me.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I'm ready for those.
Nice.
Yeah, see, I like the pencil ones because I get to move a little faster than I normally would paint.
Oh, well, you'll see what I did.
I can tell by your face you think you did something, didn't you?
No, I did. I don't.
Am I gonna have to draw on top of your? Am I gonna have to draw on top of your figures?
It's okay if you do. Okay. With those, what I did is I took the same concept I do with wood. I looked at them, I laid them all out, and I looked to see what I saw.
That's what you're supposed to do, baby.
And so that's what I did. And I saw little things in each piece.
That's how it works. That's the fun part.
Right. So that was the fun part. So then I sent it. I'm like, okay, this is what I see in all of these pieces.
So now every now and then LaShawn will send you a piece that's like, it shuts your brain down.
Man, and when I get around to some of the other pieces.
Shutting my brain down.
Yeah, well, see, look at the percentage of space you got to work on now. When he said,
yeah, but this.
Look at this. No, that's got a lot of room on it. That's got at least 50% room space on that one. This one right here, I'm gonna have to really put my thought patterns on this. I should just
I know, because I'm like, what are you doing?
He didn't leave me no room to paint.
I know, look, he didn't. You notice he ain't send that to me because that would definitely be on the wall.
So he sent me another one, kind of like that, but I'm starting to work into it. So.
That one would be on the wall. Oh, I see it. I see that.
Yeah, so
oh,
I'm squeezing my figures on the outside of this. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Right. He wasn't trying to give you much room.
He didn't give me no room.
No. Because I know Pancho, he'll take it. He'll take it. He'll overlap his image inside mine. That's what I was thinking he was going to do.
Yeah, I don't know. I got a ways to go on that one. That might look completely different when I'm finished with it.
Yeah.
But this process of the collaboration.
I just believe he sent me this because he likes me and he wants me to put it out.
That looks. All you gotta do is paint a basket on her head, running off the edge, and you done.
You can do some apples falling in the background.
I love it. I love this. Now,
Louise, put some of your flowers in there. You can put some of your flowers in there.
This one back to LaShawn?
Yes, you do.
Yeah. I think LaShawn is really playing this kind of tight. Because I'm gonna tell you,
LaShawn, look at how much he's getting back.
See, there's a couple of rules that we've made up along the way. In order to do collaboration, one has to go to the artist, and y'all should be, if y'all working on a collaboration, y'all should be able to keep one of each.
Mm-hmm.
LaShawn has sent me like 7. Last time me and LaShawn together, we split ours down the middle. There was one extra one, and I don't know who won the extra one.
So who gets
you did? But I will be sending you some more stuff, Pancho. This is only like wave 1 of your stuff. You need to limber on up, brother, because I got some more stuff coming your way.
I'm as limber as I can get, bro.
He's trying to see how much you could actually take there.
Well, that's the way it goes, y'all. That's how we flow it. I'm glad to see that the collaborations are really moving along.
Look what Rosemary said. Rosemary said, "No, it's all going to Art of the Soul."
Art for the Soul Gallery will not be able to hold all of these pieces.
Not all of these pieces.
The artists, 12 artists. Oh, wow. 12 artists. So we'll probably be able to put 4 pieces each together to fill up that gallery because we don't want it to be too crowded.
Yesterday, she's like, Louise, I'm looking for 20 pieces from you. I was like,
no way. It's impossible.
Look, here you go.
Now, don't get me wrong. I'm going to represent Art for the Soul Gallery properly. She has a large space, but 20 per artist is impossible. She will likely get, I would say, 5 per artist. 5 times 12 is what? Well, we all my mathematicians. You can see it got real quiet in the house.
On this screen.
It got real quiet in the house because us artists are not necessarily mathematicians.
What is that, 60?
No. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 60.
Frankie's got the answer. He's rushing for his button.
60.
Yeah. I said it's 60. I had it.
Yeah. 5
Frank, like, I know that one.
Me, coach, put me in.
Yeah, so I know Rosemary's watching. Rosemary, this translates to about 5 to 6 pieces per artist.
Because that's 60 pieces.
That's 60 pieces. And Mr. Bill, I don't know if y'all met Billy. Billy gonna be fussing the whole time.
Billy, who's
Billy runs the gallery.
Oh, okay.
Oh, because you gotta hang him.
I got
yeah.
I got a quick little.
Oh, listen, look what she said.
Quick little time lapse of my girl getting some things done. I don't know what's up with this upright video, but that's okay. It's still interesting.
Oh, I thought I turned it. Oh, Rosemary owed us some money.
Did you see the video I sent?
I thought I turned this video right. It was late. You're talking about 3 a.m. here.
That's quick, but that was cool.
Yeah, I was gonna do that. I was gonna do the bodies tonight.
I think Rosemary has put money in the.
That's what I just said.
That was an unnecessary dollar in the coin container.
I think that will require more than $1 because that's permanent.
Yeah, and I don't know where she posted that. That means she posted that publicly somewhere.
That is on Rosemary. Let me see. I can tell you where it is, and then I could take it off. Rosemary can't be doing that.
So look, y'all, we got a couple of people that gave some videos up. We're going to go ahead and run a couple of those so we can see what's happening.
Let me see where Rosemary. What we're gonna have to kick Rosemary off. Oh, she's at the school.
I am done, ladies and gentlemen.
So that seems like an air bubble to me. Is it possible, like, I was told you could, like, stick a needle tool in and try to...
You could, but it's too flat.
Huh?
It's gonna collapse. You got it? It's gonna collapse.
Oh.
And so it is not a piece that you want to keep, but if you did, it's okay. You see where it's heavy?
Yeah, it's like,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'm watching it go down.
Yes.
Alright. Yeah. Slip or
Just put it to the side. Don't get your back.
Mine would have collapsed a long time ago.
Okay, especially getting that narrow at the head, at that narrow of a neck.
You believe she did that?
Playing around with it. Playing around with it.
I'm crying, and it ain't even me.
Right. That's why she's the great Karen Clark.
Absolutely. Wow. Amazing.
Yeah, Karen.
I'm captivated whenever I see her do her thing.
Yeah, she's just her work is just awesome. She just does an amazing job. Are you looking at my ruler again? You see my ruler?
No, you look like you moved it over 2 inches.
No, it's over there. I don't think I've touched it. It's in the exact same spot. It's the ruler. It's never going to be moved again.
For the rest of the show.
For the rest of this show, it's just going to stay there. Even if I cut something, I'm going to put it back right there. I'm going to mark it off, outline it, and trace it so it can go right back there.
My kid absolutely adores whale sharks. So I was thinking about adding a couple of whale sharks to this picture in ink and gouache or gel pen. I haven't decided which. But I thought that I would I would sketch in 2 whale sharks and then ink it for you so that you can see the process. I'm going to probably speed up the sketching, but I'll slow it down for the inking so that you can see, and so I can talk about some of the thoughts that go through my head when I'm processing ink. And you can see these beautiful little cells are from the alcohol I dropped into the drying paint. And I was experimenting with some new colors I had bought. I really love the little feathering here. I'm hoping that I can kind of accentuate the textures I like by including my little drawing. In the final, I'm hoping to cut this down to 8 by 10. So I'm trying to concentrate my sketches in one area so that I don't go off the paper with them. Or at least not unless it's on purpose. So here we go. All right, So it's hard to see, but I sketched a couple of whale sharks onto the paper. Whale sharks are my kidlet's favorite animal. Gabriel loves ocean animals, anything in the shark family, stingrays especially. But I thought that a couple of whale sharks would be perfect because with all the white spots, that'll be fun to do over the patterns here. But yeah, so what I'm using to ink, like my primary tool is a Pentel brush pen. They're kind of expensive, but I absolutely adore it. It's very versatile. It's like having an actual brush pen in your pocket. The ink's nice. I can't say enough good things about it. I actually learned about them from the comic community. They're a really popular tool because they're so versatile. You can get thicker, thin lines, and I love dynamic lines. And the nice thing about this kind of inking is that it doesn't have to be exact. The goal isn't to produce a photographic thing. And, I always love inking because it can be very dramatic. I try to do sweeping continuous lines. I have a lot of practice in ink. It's one of my favorite mediums. It's not very forgiving, but I find that the human touch, the little imperfections actually kind of add to the effect, not detract. And I often have to turn my paper when I'm inking. I try to think about where I want the line thick and where I want the line thin. One of the keys ways to show depth is to really think about where the lines overlap with ink. You don't want to overlap them. That's why I like to ink from a sketch, although I have done freehand. It's kind of magical watching that. Ink just spill onto the paper. Sometimes I have to brace my hand if I'm doing something specific. Like I wouldn't attempt to draw straight lines freehand. So I wasn't sure how I wanted to handle these. So whale sharks actually have kind of these divots. I know that I want to include them because they're kind of an important part of a whale shark's texture. Okay. I was thinking I might get some dimension by doing little curved C's in them. But I marked out where the grooves are. This one's a little different, so maybe I'll little hatch marks. Trying to be consistent, same direction, same. The other way should have done this and kind of flick the pen so that it the line kind of forms a light flick. A thin spot. And honestly, I think the biggest thing is to let them speak. All right, I'm actually pretty happy with that. Now I'm going to add all the white. So yeah, this little bit peak. I'm going to be cutting, I'm going to be slicing this on these lines. I'm going to add the white and I'm going to erase any trace of pencil. I've got to do it very carefully though, because I don't want to accidentally lift the underlying watercolor, although these colors are pretty, as long as I don't focus on any particular area, are pretty good. But that's why I drew it with a very soft touch. Sometimes I ink from scratch, but only when I know that I'll be happy, even if it's a little, like I'll sketch and ink sometimes to really practice and hammer home shapes. But I don't do that on paper like this because it's very easy to make a mistake that I really can't recover from. I think I'm going to use gel pen on this, which I believe Jelly Roll is archival. So one of the cool things about whale sharks is these patterns of dots. I've got up a couple of pictures of whale sharks so that I can kind of get it right. I guess the patterns are unique to every whale shark. And they also have these kind of lines. Patterns can kind of make or break an animal, so it's important to like be aware of the twists and turns of the animal's body, because it's very easy for patterns to kind of really give away that, you know, there's no illusion here. So you want to be mindful of that. So these stripes are kind of connected dots. They're not really, like, I don't want to make them perfect lines because they're actually not. They're like dots that have grown together. These are pretty equally spaced, but not always. And this is a Jelly Roll pen. It basically acts like white gouache. I use it in place of using the gouache with brush because sometimes it can be just easier to work with. And the results are pretty good. And they don't yellow. I have pieces that I made 12 years ago. All right. Pretty happy with it. I think I'm gonna sign it and see. I'm like, I might just add a couple bubbles, but let's add over here. 20. Let's see. Some bubbles might be fun, yeah. Try to think where I might add some. Not that like they really produce bubbles, because whale sharks aren't exactly, they're not like dolphins where they're jumping up and down. They don't breathe air. But still. There you go. A couple of whale sharks. And I'll sit with that for a little bit before I do anything to it, but I think I'm gonna mount it to aluminum and then cut it down. Yeah.
Well, we got a full house in here tonight.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
We got LaShawn Beal. We got Michelle Vigilant. I'm gonna get that name right eventually.
I don't think I will.
Who else? Look at Ryan. Let's check in with Ryan first. Hey, Ryan.
Ryan's got the grass.
How you doing over there, Ryan?
I'm good. I saw that you sent me a sketchbook today.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
I sent everybody a little gifty gift.
Oh.
You know what that means, Louise? You're gonna be the last one to get yours.
I'm always the last one.
That's what happens when you live in Colorado.
I don't know why. I have no idea why.
You look like you were having fun over there, Mr. Ryan.
Ryan's over there. What are you doing, Ryan?
Mod podging his behind off is what he's doing.
Mod podging grass?
This is bunny hay. Fun fact, my girlfriend has a couple of bunnies that live out here on the porch with me.
What is this bunny thing? I mean, what's his name? Frankie has a rabbit. A rabbit's making a comeback?
The foxes ate them out here. The foxes ate them out where I live at. We had plenty of bunnies.
Somebody wants to know, is that hay? But you just answered what it is.
It is. She knows it is. Hi, Vicky.
Vicky's just wanted you to tell her.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, I'm Mod Podging layers of hay, and then in the hopes that I'll just spray a layer on top of it, and it'll make a cool texture for the stencil to go on. And I've actually done this in the past. It turned out something like this. This is hay that's been Mod Podge, and I did
very nice
on top of that.
Very, very nice.
All right.
Looking good, Ryan. You are the man.
Ryan is definitely the man.
I'm gonna have you paint my old van for me.
You know what? You know what I'm gonna have to give Ryan, don't you?
What's that? Yeah, he is the bomb. And we haven't been giving those bombs up easily either, have we?
You can't get them. So far, just Ryan and Kieran that got them.
Even meet your sister's approval.
Okay, because not much. Not much.
Let's check in with Michelle. Michelle, how you doing out there? She got us locked out. You got to unmute.
Sorry about that.
Our bunny's making a comeback. They're talking about bunny hay, and Frankie's got a bunny. And then what are you doing? You're painting a bunny.
Some serious
a long-eared hare. Yours is a hare.
Mm-hmm.
The non-domesticated version.
This is the Easter. Easter's happening.
Yeah, I thought I'd just have some fun with the paint still. It's kind of nice to just like, I haven't been thinking in terms of composition. I've honestly just been blending colors and seeing what they do.
That's the fun part.
Mm-hmm. And then being like, well, I'll just draw on top of it. And it's been working pretty good.
Pretty good. Looking good.
It looks good. It looks good.
So how you feeling these days?
Doing pretty good. Today I took a break from acrylics. I left my acrylics at my studio and I stayed home today. But it was nice because I just splashed around in watercolor and that kind of thing.
Well, it's looking good. Look, you know you're somebody who must have really had fun with their stipend money, because I see nothing but spanking new supplies on the screen.
Well, these actually I'd gotten when Paige Martin's did the what's it called? A huge sale when COVID happened. They sold half their inventory for like at least 50% off.
You know, the one thing I can say about artists is we find a deal no matter what. If it goes on sale, we're gonna clean out the store.
But the reason why I have so many new supplies is that I would buy it and then I hoarded it. Like
yeah, well, that's not a bad thing as long as it doesn't dry up on you. Good.
Oh yeah.
And I promised myself that I would spend the quarantine trying out all different things, which makes me feel it makes me feel vulnerable because I haven't tried these colors before and I don't know which colors blend in what way. But it is also a lot of fun because I have no idea what's going to happen.
Well, wait till I send you this paper I'm getting ready to send you.
I'm looking forward to it. I thought it was going to be, when I saw UPS sent me a delivery thing, I thought it was going to be the paper. And when I opened the thing, I was like, yes! I was like, this is really cool, but it's not paper.
No, I sent everybody in the group a little gift. Everybody should have got theirs for now, except for Louise and LaShawn, who live in the furthest distance.
Well, we're not even going to talk about that. Yeah. I tell you.
Although, lately the shipment's been coming quick to you, Louise.
Have they?
Yeah, you got some of my stuff quick.
Oh, I did. Oh, good. I can't wait to do my plate.
Well, hey, we are about to enter the painting hour pretty soon. Let me see what we got.
I know. Let me go. I'm gonna turn my laptop on so I could be a part of the painting hour and still be able to work.
Well, I got a presentation here from Frankie that just got sent, so we're gonna play that and see what's happening.
Okay, let's see what
Mr. Frankie's doing.
Frankie got it done.
Hello, everybody. Hope everybody's doing good on this Monday. I let this paint brush dry up, which I shouldn't have by. I'm now adding to my piece. I had originally started this piece a while back to, not that long ago, but I wanted to highlight some unity between Black Lives Matter and Blue Lives Matter. But then came the events of Wednesday, and that set a different tone for me. So I had a chance to change it up a little bit. And that's the thing with art, is you're ever changing. Unless it's a commission piece, you're ever changing. And you start in one direction, end up in a whole completely different area or subject matter. And that's where I am right now. I'm painting a ripped up MAGA flag. And adding the first coat to it with acrylic. But this paintbrush is not working out because it's too dry. So hold on a second here. Much better. What I do is I draw it out, then I go over it. I use pastel to go over it, but then I notice when I paint, it kind of interferes. So I like the markers, professional markers, or acrylic markers to get to where I'm going. I'm going to add a lot of thickness to this. As I go along. Like a lot of people, feeling a little anger about what happened on Wednesday. And the best thing I do in this quarantine, I'm so tired of debating and things like that. I just focus on my art, and it's a nice little escape for me. Yeah. what I want to do here is show remnants of that. Slogan and how they rose to the point of where they were that day. So this picture took a darker turn, unfortunately, but it's all for the best. You can only pray, thank God it's on its way out. Problems ensue, but oh well. I let this encoding and then go right back into it. It's funny because I always loved graffiti, but I was never really a fan of lettering because of accuracy and stuff like that. And my goal here is to show as much as I can without showing much. I just get lost with detail and want to focus on that. And I end up losing the point or impact of the message. And I want to somehow balance the great things that happened this past month with Georgia and somehow find common ground and do something uplifting with this piece. It's funny because as I said before, I almost never use a ruler. I have rulers, but I usually use a credit card or card of some kind with a straight edge just to get my quick lines where I want them. I feel like a ruler is bulky and not what I need. Some quick. If it's upright like this, if it's done on a table, then I can use a ruler. As you can see, I want this to be nice and red. I hope I'm using it. Set it on the bag, on the pouch anyway. Normally, of course, I would have music on blast, but I have to be careful with licensing and that kind of thing. So I will work with this and not sure how I can handle the phone, but it's legible.
Ryan, what is that you have over there in your basket?
Sometimes she keeps to herself.
What is it? Your kid?
This is Scully.
A what?
Wait, what'd you ask?
No, I said, what is it? Your mic was off at first. What is it in your basket?
Oh, this is Scully. She's my companion for the night.
Okay, and she's a kitten?
Yep, that's the bunny whose hair.
Oh, that's the bunny. Okay, that's what I thought. It's the bunny. Okay, you have a long-haired bunny.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Very cute. Okay, it looks like we're ready for the painting hour. Ready for the painting hour. I think everybody's ready. I see Pancho down there with his paintings and things ready.
From other artists. I really learned a couple of things, even yesterday.
All right, we got some artists in the queue. We're going to be juggling them around and getting ready for the painting hour. Yes, sir. Who came out? Okay, there's Ryan. We got the painting hour, people. I hope you guys are ready for some serious painting. No holds bar.
Because I'm using this now. Trying to stay clear from that as it interrupts creative flow.
Now, what are you doing right now, Pancho?
I am adding a ply of paper to LaShawn's collaborations.
Oh, right. What kind of paper did you add?
Whatever I can find in the shop. As long as it's got some rag content.
Okay. What do you mean by rag content?
Well, you know, paper can either be acid-free or archival or museum quality. Mm-hmm. Archival means it is made out of a cotton content that will not degrade over time. Acid-free is typically what printers use that stops it from yellowing or turning brown. So, you know, most art papers are archival.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry. I thought that would help.
And what are you adhering them with?
I have a dangerous can of 3M77 spray adhesive. Mm-hmm. So I'm walking outside, spraying it, and bringing it back inside.
Okay.
Linda, it's Scully. The bunny's name is Scully.
Poncho, you have a question?
Yeah.
It says, when those pieces go back to LaShawn, will he do more work to them?
No, those are complete. He signed them already.
Okay. So he signed them already, so he won't be doing any more to them. My man Shelton is in the house. Pancho, can you move more into the picture? I think it's to your right. That looks really nice, Pancho. I really like that one. I just like I just like the colors. The colors in that are just beautiful.
Thank you, dear.
Pancho, you have a question.
Yes.
It says who will name the pieces, you or LaShawn?
We both will.
Okay. So you both will name them. Those are some really nice studies, Michelle.
That last slide done. Yeah, give me a plate left side. I mean, unless you want me to cook this top side.
You guys might want to eat those hot. Cookies from Dag. That one. You want another one? Those just look good.
We have any lemons?
Yeah, we had one yesterday. I'll put your vegetables. Okay,
Well, y'all. We are about to call it a night. That's right, y'all. We have been up painting live. Everybody seems to be cutting back in the fold. Louise is behind the scenes doing something. She might probably making up a cake or something back there. I don't know what she's doing.
We were down there cooking some swordfish.
That's right. That sounds good, man. That sounds good. Yeah, looks like we got one empty studio. We must as well kick that out the studio. We got another studio that's trying to do something, but yeah, we're gonna close that studio out too. Working on another LaShawn Beal piece.
That one looks nice too. I like that.
Yeah. So we about to try to turn it in for one more night.
Turn it in tonight, and I'm gonna get some work done.
What are you doing? Are you taking a nap?
No. I'm gonna work these pieces right here, right there. Bam! All 4 of those are gonna get done tonight.
That's looking promising.
I'll send you the time lapse.
I got the time lapse. I played it earlier.
I know, but you're gonna get the image time lapse.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, hey, the more media, the better.
I'm gonna put the people in tonight, and then I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this one right here.
Oh,
and then I'm gonna finish this guy up right here.
Somebody who claimed to not do small pieces, you seem to be getting a few of them done, huh?
I'm gonna finish that big guy over there.
Oh, that looks good.
I'm gonna finish him up tonight. No. I mean, these. You remember when I pulled these strips of paper out? Remember?
Yeah, I remember that. That's a great use of that paper.
Yeah. So I was like, yeah, these were all those cuttings I saved.
Yeah, they'll look nice framed up too. I got one long piece I'm trying to figure out what to do. But that's where we at, y'all. So we're gonna get ready to close it out. We got some folks that's been with us all day. They about to tune out too.
That's right. We getting some good nights. See y'all next time.
Y'all been some loyal troopers.
They really have. We appreciate you being here with us.
To see y'all at the exhibition at Art for the Soul Gallery. We might have to see if we can get a group rate on Spirit Airlines or something.
Oh yeah, definitely. And some room, some rooms, hotel rooms or something. We should be able to get something. But definitely, we got to get those packets together for our faithful few.
Yeah, get all your masks ready. So we about to close out tonight, y'all. So hopefully, we will see y'all again tomorrow on day 15.
Day 15.
That's like almost halfway.
Whoo! I tell you, that's why I had to get my quarantine stuff out.
Almost halfway, y'all.
Almost.
Unbelievable. And with that, y'all,